Hey all, how's it going? Wow, welcome to the stream. Today I'm planning to do fossil material. This was actually suggested by Curtis Holt. Uh, so I'm super excited to try this one. I have a direction on how I want to do this, but I'm totally being honest, I'm not sure how it's going to turn out. But I gathered some references, so I'm gonna put them first and then let's see how to take it from there. Do let me know if the audio and my voice is on the same level, or else hopefully it's not overpowering, because I try to do some audio changes, so do let me know. Even if it's too distracting, we can always change the audio. So yeah, let me drag and drop some references. To do that, let's quickly open. Here are some good looking ones. And this is a 3D render I found online. So, if we can make something as good as this, that would be good, I feel. But this is definitely done in Substance Designer. So that will be a challenge for us to tackle to do this in Blender. I hope it's not that complicated. But yeah, I'm totally being honest. I have no idea how to do this. So this is going to be a fun stream. I actually have a idea on how to do this. I like the clusters, and we need to tackle the spiral thingy. So it's been a while since I tackled some spiral stuff. This is my favorite reference. So wow, yeah. I want to imitate this one. This is my main reference. So yeah, I also think there is another reference that I found. Actually was sent by Curtis. Let me quickly bring that up. But yeah, like this one. Because this is a great looking one actually. Look at this. Wow. Yeah, this is a good one. So it's gonna be a good stream. Let me quickly close all the unnecessary stuff. And yeah, let's get started soon. Good music by Stream Beats. I think I should mention that in the chat as well. So let me quickly. Stream Beats by Harry Solar. Yeah, there you go. So if you guys want to listen to this music, you can. Now I updated the, what is it called? The description, so you can actually find it. So yeah, this is a great image. Of course, we have to start with, the spiral shape. So let's start there, definitely. But before that, we need to give some good lighting, of course. If you do home, it'll snap to the full camera view. I don't have a base lighting going on. It's only from, the world settings. Let's go to the lighting page and let's look at this small render. There is this one, that one, that one. I think it's a pretty good one. Lighting setup for the start. Okay, which is nice. Let's bring up our other reference, which is, find it, not the riches. This one, yeah. Now let's quickly add a material. Now let's hide the sphere. And let's get a plane, because I feel starting with a plane would be a good idea to get the shape itself. So yeah, let's work with the plane with the same material. Let's hide the sphere for now. Let's look at the texture coordinates. Actually, you know what? Let's get the UV map. And let's center this. To center this, I'm going to subtract 0.5. Only from X and Y, not to the Z, because, you know, this is a 2D space. Can you hear me? Just anyone in the comments would be good. Okay. Now I'm going to scale this by 2 to get the values from 0 to 1. To get this spherical shape, the spiral shape, there is one way I know. It's by taking this one, using polar coordinates. I think it's an arctangent too. Yep. Subtracting y coordinate, I guess. I don't know if this is it, but let's give ping pong. Not ping pong, sorry. Multiply. Actually, what is the best way to do a spiral? Let's look up some formulas. Formulae. Okay, there are some good formulas to get spiral online, so let's try to imitate that. I'll try to get the formula of a spiral geometric shape. I think I know how to do it. I think it's using... Yeah, let me quickly do something. Let's do vector math. Length. It has to do something with this. Vector rotate maybe. Multiply. Ooh, that's interesting. This is one way we can do it, but is there any other way? That is a question that I always wanted to ask. Of course. Yeah, this is very interesting. Let's do 30. Let's do a map range. Nice. How does the Y look? It's the same. Let me find a good way to make a spiral. This is interesting, but this is not what I wanted though. Let's do a bump for now. Let's do a displacement. Sure. Let's set the height there. I might be talking slow. It's probably because there are people outside, and apparently I was loud yesterday. So yeah, let's look at this and let's connect the displacement. I want to see how that looks in general. How shall I do this? There's also another way I know how to do it as well. I'm just not able to think straight. I need adaptive subdivisions. Generate subdivision surface with adaptive subdivisions. And then let's also increase the performance, not performance, sorry, subdivision to 2. And of course, it has to be simple. And if you come back to the material in the options, we have to set this to displacement only. Okay, this is how it looks. It's like a let's increase this and see. Math, let's do RGB curves or float curves. Sorry, I keep forgetting there's a float curve. Let's do math add. You see where I got the idea from? But I'm not sure if this is the way I want to do it. There might be another way to do it, but I'm just not able to think straight. So let's see. This is one way to make a spiral, and this spiral doesn't look anything remotely similar to what I'm looking for. So this is one way. This is like just R&D. So let's put this in Control J. Let's call this try 1. Now we need to do try 2. So let's look at another way to do it, or let's try to find another way. I know like polar coordinates is one way to do it, so not really sure if I'm on the right track, but who cares? Let's just experiment. We have all the time in the world today. So let's do, where is it? Has to be something. Arc tangent 2, yep. Let's map range this stuff. Map range. Where is map range? Minus pi to pi. So now we have this. I want this to be rotated, so I think this is the way to go. Let's vector rotate. Map range, not map range, the same thing. So Shift P, Alt P. Yep, math multiply. Woo! We got it. This is what I was looking for. I'm actually super surprised like how fast this is actually. But let's multiply this again by the length. But maybe I should map range this from 1 to 0. Is that it? Nah. Not 1 to 0. 1 here and 0 there. Not really. What if I do divide instead? No. We need like smaller rotations down and bigger rotations there. So we need a way to do that. But before that, let's quickly get the shape itself. Also, I want something else. Let's plug this directly to the and float curve. Yep. That's a good start, don't you think? Yeah, this is what I wanted. Like, look at this. This is perfect, like a shape of ammonite, but all I need to figure out is how to get the smaller to the bigger one. And I think length is the way to go, but there is one small trouble there. Wait. Ah, okay. We need something that goes this way as well. Okay, X, Y, math. Let's subtract this from 1. We'll figure it out, it's fine. We got the shape, so we shouldn't be that annoyed by whatever this is. Let's do a math. Subtract this, yep. Let's multiply this. That's not what's happening. This is correct. Is there another way to do it? I personally think I need to find another way to get that. So oof, that is cool. Probably scale. Yeah, oh yeah, but there is a scale option. Map range. Multiply. Interesting. It's probably not scale. What if I do scale before this? Still not working. It's gotta be something like this. Let's look at other nodes. What else do we have? Converter, combine XYZ, float curves. There is one other thing that we need everything to be pinched in, so multiply X and Y instead. Oh, there it is. Have that. Have this. To math multiply. Okay. We can start here though. Let's take this. Let's subtract a shape, something like that, 0.1 maybe. And then let's just multiply this. multiply. Yeah. Let's do map range here again. Now this should be interesting. That is one weird looking ammonite, but it's a good start, so let's not complain. Now we have this. Let's take a math and let's do, we need to get this ridges, so that should be interesting. Let's see, how do we do that? The sign work, multiply. It's doing in one direction, so little worried. Let's take it from the top here, of course. Yeah, we're almost there. Like, it's just, let's do arc tangent 2 again. Not arc tangent 2. And map range. This is like a trying session, so minus pi to pi. I need to squish the centers, but I thought that's the only way to do it. Mapping node, there's a mapping node here. Completely forgot there's a mapping. There's a normal. Sure. That's a weird one. That's all right. Point normal. Let's do object coordinates. Control H. Control H. Control H again. How does it look on the sphere? Let's look at that first. Oh wow. Oh, that is one weird looking one, isn't it? Let's do TC, texture coordinates. Generated, maybe? Okay. Let's do 0.5. That looks a little different. That looks like an ice cream cone. Not gonna lie. So in the future, if I need to do something related to ice creams, I think I know what to do now. So that is fun. I actually wanna watch a small tutorial. I think it's in Creative Shrimp on their YouTube channel. I might be wrong, but there might be a tutorial on proceduralism. But yeah, let's check. Because I know that Luca Rood was... Yep, there might be a way to get that shape itself. Let's try that. Okay, I have another idea. I might be overthinking. So let's keep this as try to. Okay. I know I'm just playing around, but now for now, right too. But this is what I do, right? In general, like this is all fine because all we need to do is try and learn from whatever we are doing at the moment. So this is try one, try two. Basically, I did the same thing in try one and try two, but I did not realize like arctangent was to be done. But yeah, that's all right. We can get somewhere closer to that. There's another way to do it. Again, it all comes down to length, right? Um, and let's check. Hmm. Let's duplicate this too as well. Alt P. I'm not sure what will happen. But these are our starting points anyway. We have this and this. You see that? Wow. Okay. Now I need to find a way to, yeah. How do I do that now? Didn't I do like a, wait, so basically this, subtract, I guess. What happens if I do ping pong here? Okay, I'm getting the shape itself, okay. Math multiply. Let's do 10. Let's do 10 here as well. But ping pong here, maybe the one. I'll take that and I'll just multiply this maybe. No, this one, the shape. Not the shape, sorry. Where was that? Take that. Math. Multiply. Or minimum. What was that? Minimum maybe? Am I correct? That is a question. Okay, that's not it. Scale the spiral correctly. Hey, I'm sorry for not checking the messages. Just now checking again. Stephen says, try do a float curve after length to scale the spiral correctly. You mean this of the length? Do us like, let's just look at that. Float curve. Okay, that is interesting. We're getting the shape itself, but let's look at how that looks. I mean, this is looking similar to what I'm doing, but I need like more rotations, you know. I feel like I should do this, but also I should do this as well, like, you know. This maybe. This might be it. Nah, it's getting the same thing again. We are so close yet so far. Yeah, let's it's fine. We're getting there. We're definitely getting there. Float curve is a good one. Try to in float curve after length. It works fine. It worked fine. And try to the float curved after length. That works fine. Yeah. And the try to float curve. You mean this, right? You mean after this, you mean. Let's look at how this displacement looks first. I don't know if you can see that, but that is how it looks. RGB curves or float curves. Yeah, it's definitely getting the shape. I just need to find how to make it, like, if I look at one of the other shapes, you know, this is good. I just need to find a way to like find the UV coordinates along this direction. There is one thing I did a tutorial long time ago, which I might have forgotten. It's called uh let me see, what's it called? Polar coordinates, I think. If anyone has seen it, you might know what I'm talking about. Polar coordinates. It's probably the second one I did, and that is exactly what I'm trying to imitate. And look at it, like I just forgot, stupidly enough. I'm just going back to the tutorial to see how I did that. I mean, very close to what I'm trying to do anyway. So I'll show you what I mean by that. So what we have here, I don't know if you can, oh god. So this and this is very good. Let's do separate XYZ or combine XYZ, sorry. You take this and our length together as a circular UV coordinates. You see what I'm saying? Now we can basically add a, you know, that is fine. Let's do vector math. Multiply or div scale. Let's do that. And I can add like a fraction maybe. I'll get something like that. That is really cool actually. Subtract 0.5. Very interesting. But yeah, I think we're almost there in figuring this stuff out, so there's another thing. Oof. You see this? You can somehow try to imitate that there. What if I do length and do a multiply there instead? Crazy stuff. Oh, I hope I don't regret taking this. Let's do that. Hmm. Okay. I'm kind of okay. What happens if I do that? I'm just playing now, so multiply. Oof. I'm doing some crazy patterns, but I mean, I can just stick to this and, you know, try to do, I mean, I'll just figure it out in no time, but I just need a way to get this shape. Oh, let me just save this file real quick. Let's call this ammonite. And let's also look at some online references. Did you get what I wanted? Like Stefan? Because, I mean, this looks good, I know. Like, you know, it's just there's something else to it. Like, you know, like, let's subtract the length from this. Yeah, I think multiply. Wait, is that it? Ah, wow. I mean, I don't know if this will look good, but this is gonna be a big pain, isn't it? Principal shader, let's look at that. We have to I need to find a way to get the coordinates. That is the most important part I'm trying to do. So here we have the coordinates itself, but the gradient is going outwards. Now I want something that goes along the surface. There is, I'm not sure if that is how it is. Not radially. Wait, is that it? Don't tell me, like. There might be a way. I have a gradient that goes from, like, this is the gradient. Because, like, if I don't take this, multiply this by 5, let's say, for example, and if I do like a ping pong, let's do by 1, it is getting inside, you know, the spiral thing will become, the spirals will come inside, and this is not what I want. I want the spirals to form along. There is a way to get that gradient. I'm not really, I mean, yeah, there is one way. Let's take this vector. Oh yeah, sorry. That's fine. Let's take the length again. What if I do length of this? Wait, so I have this, okay. I personally think I kind of know what to do now. Let's go up. All I have to do is just invert this to go this one inside and then, you know, multiply. I mean, everything is on this sure, but there's one thing I can do. I can just multiply this without that, without this. Let's do 3 times. You see that? This is down and this is up. Something similar to that. I just need to make sure there is no this happening. So the try one, I'm going to delete it because it's literally what we didn't try to. And I just need to find out how to get a radial gradient. There is a way to do that. I might ask a friend of mine because, okay, put the float curve after the length before it goes to the vector rotate. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, seriously? Oh my god, if this works, that'll be amazing. Look at this is what I mean, like it float curve. Oh my god. Sorry. Why did instead of that, let's do math. Power. Oh my god, that is such a clever idea. This is what I was looking for. And I don't think I need any of this. I don't think I need this. Yeah, there's nothing. Oh god. I don't need this. I just need this. Oh, thank you so much. But yeah. Oh wow, I'm so happy for your achievement. Oh god, I'm so happy actually, seriously. You're the best. You did it. Like, it's just there's one more thing I need to find out. I just need to get the other gradient, you know. This is fine, this is fine, this is fine. If that is the case, I think we don't need that. In number 3, we have another option then. That's all right. Let's do about 30. I think we have to go. I think pi by 2. No. 1 by root 2. Square root of 2. What is the golden ratio? I'm not sure. Let's give area of 2 by 2. Let's do some numbers that is similar maybe. You're a genius. And I know for a fact, like, what am I even saying? Doesn't matter. Sorry. Let's take the power, which is important. I just need to get another gradient that goes along the center to there. So how do I do that? I have a radial gradient and I have this. The length, yeah. But before that, let's check the length. Subtract this from 1. Let's multiply that. To get that maybe. Now you have a perfectly weird looking ammonite. We can multiply that. Not in that way maybe. Let's do maximum 0. That's like a rose. But yeah, need to find a different way to get the ridges. I kinda know what to do, but I don't know if that'll work. Okay, I'm gonna do some cleanup. This is not needed. We have the power function, of course, and then we have the number of rotations. This is a good one, so I'm going to have some other things I want to tackle. I need to do how I can shape stuff in this coordinates, so there's gotta be a small, this is try 3, let's call this try 3, but I'm gonna duplicate everything because I wanna experiment on something else, so that's why. I don't need that. So before that, let's quickly delete everything that I did so far. I'll tell you why, but there is a small reason for that. I think I don't know, I feel I have a hard I want to get these ridges, you know, and right now it is circular, but then I want to break the shape up to make this like more jagged. I think this will actually do anything. That is a cool looking stuff. What about costs? I want the directionality stuff, definitely, but okay. Ping pong is making two stuff, so I don't want that. It's similar to this, but then okay, not ping pong. Let's delete ping pong. Definitely not ping pong. How do I get the curved arcs? So that is one other thing that I want to tackle. There's got to be a way we can get let me just quickly text a friend to see if okay, so I text them. Green tail on the length of the spiral. Yeah, that's one other thing. So what I thought was, so we have the length. If I do a fraction here and just do a multiply, where's the multiply? Multiply, God, sorry. We'll get this, right? But I want that to happen. Did it actually work? Oh, beautiful. Kind of what we want, right? Like there's something missing. I need to find it. We have arc tangent. Let's use map range instead. There's something else I feel that needs to be done. We need to fix this things. We need to somehow get the ridges correct. We're almost there, definitely. It's just something is missing. Let's take all this because we need this. We already have this. which we can kind of merge, so yeah. Let's do one thing. Let's multiply this here. We have that, and we have this, the fraction. There's gotta be a way we can fix this issue. It's probably using RGB float curves again, or else this power function maybe. It's probably the power function, and then let's use the multiply here. Okay, the power needs a logarithm. Because there's a bend, we need to like kind of fix that. What if it is actually the same, but power is a logarithm with a base, that maybe? But where should I put that? Ooh, that's a cool looking just a power. Let's multiply, of course. Okay. RGB curves or float curves. There is some stuff that I can do, but this is kind of a little complicated. Yeah, I'm going to get hypnotized by myself, definitely. I don't know why I'm not able to get this straight. Like, let's look at some good references again. I just need to find the math. How to spiral, how to, yeah. This ridges along the surface. So the reason is I kind of did this in Houdini with geometry, but that is pretty straightforward. So let me just Google some spiral equations. Spiral formula. Gradient along spiral, maybe. Along spiral. Okay. Gradient along spiral. Have some idea on what to do. Let's see. Gradient along spirals. Okay, let's think about it again. We have this. It is gonna grow from the surface all the way. So we're almost there, but instead of multiply, happens if we do a divide? Oof. So map range here. Okay. Okay. I guess we are on the right track, but we want this end to come and join this one, so this is a weird one. Let's do power here instead. Where is the power function? Okay, today's stream is going to be a long one, isn't it? We're getting spirals, but the reason why I'm not able to find this is I need from it. So I need a gradient from this. What happens if I take a, I mean, this is definitely I don't know why I'm doing this, but this is definitely not how it works. Okay, let's see again. We have the gradient, we have the length. Doesn't matter how long, however I do the length, even after rotating, it looks something like this. To math, let's do distance instead. Distance from 0, okay. Math, let's take a ping pong. And let's do multiply. I asked one of my favorite procedural artists. Let me try to find them as well. Let me go to Twitter, and I know for a fact someone has tried this and succeeded, so there is a high chance I might find some references at least. Let's look at this. Yes, they did it. And it looks beautiful. They actually gave the node setup as well, but I'm kind of not wanting to look at it. I can post it. I know exactly who did it as well. Wow. Look at this. This is all done on a plane. So yeah, now yeah, they actually replied. So this is fun. So we might get a solution. So that'll be fun. Okay. I'm going to quickly open the node setup that they posted, but I'm pretty sure like, oh yeah, it is definitely not looking how I expected it to. But yeah, if you have opened this link, you know exactly what I'm planning to, because there is a slight chance that wait, does this actually give you I don't know, what was this again? Point this much? And what is y doing? And let's do multiply. I don't know if this works, but fraction please. Oh wow. Okay. It's kind of what we want, right? Like, but instead of that, let's use our lovely length node. Let me see what they have done. They're probably working on it, and then they might reach out back, but Hmm. This is fun. We are kind of getting what we expected, so this should be fun. Okay, logarithms have been discovered. Let's do x instead. Okay, let's do inverse maybe. Subtract 1 maybe. It's kind of what we want, but then this is definitely not looking right. Oh, that is some good looking stuff. I'll tell you this is some magical stuff. So I'm just connecting shapes at the moment, but yeah. Yeah, let's actually look at what they did. I'm gonna copy this whole node setup and paste it here. Paste. So this is what they posted on Twitter. And it looks it looks nothing like how I expected this to look like. This is a node setup, and we can try to replicate this, or like we can just simply reach out to them and just see if we can get that, because understanding this would be cruel. Okay, so they have length and they have normalize. Wait, normalize? Is it normalize? Okay, let's look at that. Just normalize and then they use that a radial gradient. I never realized that. Let's take this. Vector math. Normalize. Kinda makes sense. Is it radial? I mean, this technically doesn't really matter because that's exactly what we have here without this. This and this is the same. Sure. Fraction, ping pong. Oh, sorry. Hello? JC? Can you hear me? We have JC on the stream now. This is amazing. They're the one who made the...
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome, awesome. Can you guys hear JC by any chance? JC, do you remember making the spiral stuff, like the ammonite?
Yeah. But the rock part that I made is bad. Don't copy that. Only copy the spiral part.
But the thing is, if you look at my stream, let me just stream here as well so that you can see what I'm doing. This is how your node setups look because of the Twitter compression.
Oh, right.
Yeah, by any chance do you have the file?
No, I don't.
Okay, but you have any idea how to do this? Like again, I mean, on top of your head. I'll show you what I've done so far so that you'll have a good reference of how I did this. And thank you for joining, by the way. It's always appreciated whenever you help. So this is what I've done so far.
Looks good enough.
To start, yeah, sure. But now what I'm looking for is to get the gradient along this spiral. And I'm not able to figure out how to do that. If that makes sense.
Do you have the vector offset in the spiral?
Vector offset. Not really. I have this one, which is basically by rotating, but yeah.
Oh, that's how you're doing it.
Okay, so I think I know another method on how to do this, but it's probably when I looked at your stuff, I think you used normalize, I think. Is it maximum or normalize? It's probably normalize.
That's normalized. Also,
yeah.
Put your color management on filmic or standard.
Yes, please, because these colors look super bad, right? Like I understand.
Because your vectors are
Yes.
doing weird things.
I know. Wait, is that why everything looks bad? Like, I mean, don't tell me. Yeah, no. Yeah. But yeah, while working, I'm still going to stick to Filmic because I am not used to looking at colors looking like AJX. That, yeah, not used to it yet. Good. That's a good one, yeah. So how would you do it?
It has been a long time.
Okay. I think you did. I'm just trying to replicate whatever I can see, you know. Uh, Let me try that. And you did logarithm, which is interesting.
Yeah,
And you,
it's a logarithmic spiral, so
yeah, makes sense. So you did logarithm with a base 3 maybe. And you've added this.
yeah. And then just fraction node.
Wait, if I just fraction this, this would, where is fraction? Oh my god, there it is. Huh. Wow. So this is how you did it. So now if you want the offset, you just basically make floor of it, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. And of course I can't see anything. Maybe I,
And then you multiply that by the normalized gradient, I think.
which is this one? Let's do vector maths.
Or you could actually no do the floor multiplied by the gradient texture.
Floor
What?
multiplied by the gradient.
Wait, no, you add it to the gradient texture. Sorry, I'm so unsure of
No,
these.
no, that's all right. Like this is exactly how I learned as well because sometimes the mathematical stuff.
No.
I mean, this will basically give you back
Wait,
the coordinates, right? Like,
wait. So combine, do combine X, Y, Z.
oh, this one and this one.
Except the floor, you add it to the radial gradient.
This.
No, the one out of the gradient texture.
Okay, this basically. Okay. Sorry, I'm also a little confused. This one. Huh.
Wait. Hmm.
Wait. If that is the case, does this? Does I? If I do a fraction of this with multiply, does it work? Oh, yes, kind of. But it's doing some weird stuff. Maybe it's subtract. Yeah, I subtracted that and I did this. Now, basically we got the same thing, but I think we did it. And also like we can kind of use the floor and use a greater than or less than, probably a less than, to multiply this. Maybe to just get that shape. Of course, this has to be a whole number, so I'm gonna round these values. I mean, something looks wrong.
Wait, no.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Let me recreate that real quick.
That'll be awesome. Uh, so this is fun because I'm having a node wizard on the stream.
I'm not too much of a wizard anymore.
It's been a long time since you did shaders, so I totally understand why you say that, but yeah, you're up there, so use this and that. That is a cool technique actually. And we can of course use math to control the spiral, which is nice. So we have this and we can use this to shape it. Very interesting. So I quickly want to try something. Let's do the float curve. I'll try to work on the shape itself in the meantime. So this with that. And now take the fraction, do the same thing, and math multiply this. Except now I see why it is not working.
Oh, I figured it out.
Okay, can you tell me how you did it? Or you can send the file, I can open it on stream and probably look through it. So, oh wow, that's a pretty simple setup. So yeah, that is interesting. So you basically took the logarithmic stuff, but after you did subtract, you added that back. So yeah, I'm gonna quickly recreate what JC has done here.
And you don't need the normalize anymore.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because we're using the radial gradient anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So once we fraction floor, I'm subtracting. After subtract, let's take this all away. This, all we have to do is just plug power to the second one with a base of the logarithm, which is 3 or 2, whichever that is. So now if we look at that, we'll get this. So when we look at the separate xyz now, now we can do
Oh, actually, you don't need the. Wait. Yeah,
fractional.
you don't need the power node. The power node is just if you want it to look nicer, I guess.
Yeah, like because
Yeah.
yeah,
You had it fine already.
yeah, I think
See, you're the node wizard here.
no, I totally understand because like the math makes sense right now, but in the grand scheme of things, there's some other stuff that I haven't really learned much. So yeah, multiply. Yep, there it is. So now this properly aligns with our shaders. So if I just plug this here and this one, let's just duplicate not this but this. Let's put it there and let's multiply this together. I'm now multiply. Sorry, multiply. Yeah, we got it. This is awesome. Like this is honestly the most awesome thing that I've seen. And to make this go from low to up, we need the length back. So
So that's what the exponent thing was doing.
yeah, I like
So
the
it's not just a point from the center, it's actually going from the inside of the
inside
spiral.
to out. Yeah, that makes so much sense. I'm going to quickly delete everything that is not necessary, and we can explain this better, I feel. But yeah, like so basically if I do the log, like the power stuff here, let's do power again. 3.
No, you put the other y back in, but you use the power to do the multiply for the.
Okay.
So you just go back to how it was without it.
Okay, which is this.
Yeah, but then instead of taking the length and multiplying. You take that and multiply it.
Right here, like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that is so much better actually. Now, if let's look at the displacement itself, because where is the nodes? Here it is. I'll work on the rock texture on my own, but like this is a pretty good start, I feel, because I want to scatter them along what to call it, like using Voronoi scattering method. I think that'll make it a lot more. Look at that. Oh wow.
Okay. I'm glad I could help, even though you basically figured it out on your own.
No, thank you so much. Honestly, like you're always like one of my inspirations. Just so you know, I whenever I get a chance, I always mention your stuff. I would really love to see more of your work, and I really want you to get back to shading. I know you're not doing it anymore, but I can't wait to see
I
more of your stuff.
I don't have much of a use for it anymore. Is the thing,
Okay, okay. So,
because
mm,
as much as I love shading,
mhm.
it's useless.
Makes sense. I totally agree why you would say that.
In a real project,
Yeah,
no one's gonna wait for you to spend 30 days making the most overcomplicated procedural texture system when you can do it in Substance Designer or download some texture by yourself.
yeah, yeah, totally.
But please keep having fun. Please, I hope you succeed in reviving shaders back to the way they were in 2020. That would be great.
That is my plan as well. I'm really looking forward to that day at some point, definitely, because even I stopped doing geometry nodes after a while because geometry nodes, as cool as it is, when geometry nodes released, I shifted to doing Houdini stuff because I felt like uh, at the time Houdini was cool, and I always wanted to learn as many procedural softwares as possible. Um, but yeah, like I really love doing shaders because I think it is more of a mathematical way of thinking. Like visualizing vectors has always been one of my core skills that I wanted to master, and I tried to learn vector displacement and totally found out like how useless it is. It's not at all useful. Like we all used to do vector displacement stuff because
You know what geometry nodes is? For me at least,
yeah.
is just making primitives and vectors placing them. That's just how I use geonodes.
Oh, so you basically do shader stuff that you used to do, but with geonodes now, basically, right?
Yeah, except there's also loops and there's also uh,
So many cool stuff that you
ways to
can.
manage the topology so you don't get a million transparent bounces,
Yes, yes.
and you can also pass attributes to the shader. You can do There's a scene time node
Yeah,
that you
yeah,
can pass to the shader without having the driver recalculate the shader every single time.
yeah, yeah. These are
It
all really
Why
cool.
can't shaders have all these improvements?
I exactly. I always keep saying like, I know you like color ramps, right? You do like color ramps, I guess.
No.
No? Oh, thank God you're on the same page as me because I hate color ramps. It is the most
I
what do you call it?
recognize that a two-stop color ramp
Yeah,
is basically the same as a
mix
mix
RGB
RGB and
node.
the map range because
Yes.
of the optimization they did.
Yeah.
3+ stop color ramps are only useful in certain situations, but don't use them for remapping roughness. That's
Yes.
weird.
Yeah, yeah. I told because now map ranges can do that basically. But the problem with, I mean, it has so much potential if it has like, the other inputs, I feel. And the one cool thing, I mean, if you can still see my stream, uh, this became a podcast all of a sudden, which is amazing. I really wish there was like a way to like, once I added all the, let's say this, I want like a slider which basically randomizes, like, all the inputs. If I just slide it, it'll just randomize in different directions. That would be super cool. And with a seed value, we can get like so many cool results. These are some things which color ramp can be improved upon. And I don't think even Substance has it, like, and if there's any
Yeah,
developer out
but
there, yeah.
a color ramp with more than 2 stops is rendered to a texture, and just like uh, because it's a texture, it can't change per pixel. It's one texture for the one wrap.
Wait, really?
And so you can't move the stops per pixel. You would have to move them all at once, but you can't have an input for that because inputs can vary per pixel.
Okay, so you're basically saying let's just say it's separate XYZ, this one.
It's why GeoNodes has the separate fields diamond socket
Mm-hmm.
because it's a designation between something that is applied to the entire geometry and something that applies to each vertex or
Okay,
whatever.
okay, okay.
But shaders has no distinction, so it unfortunately can't have inputs on the color map.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, there is potential, definitely. I think like that is why, like, I mean, this color ramp is as close as we can get to, Substance Designer's color ramp as well. But then one other improvement that it really needs is like you can select it by dragging like all the inputs and just deleting them. We can't do that. We have to select them individually and click minus the ones which you don't need, which is so manual. But yeah, like
Yeah.
talking about color ramps, I can go all day. But yeah, let's not do that. Thank you so much for being here, JC. It's always fun to have you hang around in my streams. Yeah, see
No
you later.
problem.
Thank you. See ya. Wasn't that a fun conversation, guys? Like, this is awesome. Like, JC is probably one of my favorite shader artists. They really helped me out during the very beginning stages of my shading career to choose like, prompts and stuff so that I can get better at it. So I'm always grateful for them whenever they are here. Watercolor ramp hater. Yes. Oh man, this is so fun. Let's get back to, now that we figured out how to do this with the help of JC. Let's get back to image editors and let's see what we can do. Yeah. So wow. So now that I have this, I'm gonna delete everything else that I did so far, and I'm gonna organize the setup, and we can keep some good inputs here and there, definitely. Uh, to be honest, like we can delete these two and just use this there and this one here, basically. Yeah, let's delete these two as well. And let's use a value node to control the logarithm as well as the power here. I do feel this is important. Floor and fraction. That's cool. Let's have them. I'm gonna replace this with math as well, the float curves. The reason why I do that, because it's easier to control that. But yeah, let's quickly organize this. Let's call this spiral. Okay. Now let's increase the number of ridges to something that looks more like this. Let's do 50 maybe. And we can always use a vector math scale to bring that down. Look at that. That's a beautiful looking one. Except if you don't want it to go all the way there, we can always, let's do one thing. Instead of this mix, like a proper multiply, We can do a mix RGB. Let's do multiply instead. One. This gives us better control of how much you want to multiply it rather than slightly above that. That is cool as well. So this can be a good input to have. And we have this, which is perfect. And we have that. I'll tell you why I need that. We can decrease or increase the number. So that's really cool to have. Okay, now that we have this, let's use some noises to basically demolish this basically. So let's use a noise texture and let's take this as our input. And we could also use the combine XYZ stuff that we did. We'll just get, now I see why I need that. Combine XYZ. This one, and I think it is this one. You can use that. Now you'll have radial stuff, but I don't know how much you would want that. But yeah, I still prefer this one. So let's change the noise from rigid. Oh wow, that's a cool looking one. Heteroterrain, is that the one? It's like linearity. So sorry, offset to maybe 0.5, or is it 1? Okay, offset to 1. Distortion tiny bit, detail to 5, a little bit of roughness, and there is no, so let's change to FPM instead then. Okay, let's see how this looks if we subtract mix color, and let's use this to subtract out some of our noise. Definitely. That is cool. Yeah, but definitely we can play around with that a little bit more. But before that, I'm gonna show you a technique which I think will be really helpful. It's called Voronoi tiling. The way we're going to do that is by taking a vector math node in front and a Voronoi texture. I mean, I want to do this stuff basically. Let's take the position, subtract them, and scale them back. Use a vector math with the same value as whatever this input is. So let's do a value node. Let's change this to 5. Let's plug it there and there. So now here is the best part. You can plug this directly here to get that. How cool is that? And then I'll probably multiply this whole thing with 1, 1 and 0, because we don't want that Z offset in that yet. So let's look at that with this one. Now we can put that in the height map and bring down the scale and give that. I don't know if you can see that, but let's hide the plane and let's check the sphere for how that looks. And it's probably because of the UV edit map, UV editing, scale X2. Now let's look at that. And also it doesn't have enough geometry, so let's quickly do adaptive subdivisions. at that now. I mean, it looks like this, but let's give it a quick render and see how far we can push this to realism. And do let me know if you guys have any questions. Even though, yeah, there it is. This is a good start, I feel. Like, we can layer a lot of stuff into this to make this a lot more prettier. And, but yeah, this is definitely a good start. Will fix all the issues that we have at the moment. So yeah, we can look forward to that. For now, let's basically use our present setup, which is, let's change this to 2 instead. And we can decrease randomness to basically make them, yeah, basically that. Now let's take a look at this one. Okay, so we do need a little bit more bigger scale. Let's do a scale of 4 instead, or maybe 3. Let's do 3.5. Now we can randomize this just a tiny bit. Somewhere about 0.5 would suffice. And now here comes the best part. We have a color socket, which we can separate color into this. And then we can put this right after scale into vector rotate node and plug this right into this. Now this one will make it rotate randomly in different directions. To make them rotate better, let's multiply this whole thing by pi. And also let's subtract 0.5 from this. Yeah, look at that. That is so much better than what we have before. And before that, let's do one more thing. Sorry about this. In the subtract node, let's decrease the factor to 0.125. And let's do a math greater than node, greater than 0. Yeah. And let's multiply this right into this. Let's do a multiply here, exactly. Well, let's take a look at that. And let's do a quick render. So this is what we had before. Now this is what we'll have now. Hello Ali, really nice to see you here. So we are getting closer and closer to making this look more interesting. So what I want to do now is to make it randomize, and also we can scale them according to its shape. And yeah, there is one more thing which we can do. Since the cells are like, procedurally generated, we also have its sphere radius. It's called n sphere radius. So all I have to do is just duplicate this whole setup with the same controls and change this to n sphere radius. Now this is actually its radius, so I think we can add a scale node here, plug it right there. Or does that actually help? Maybe divide it with the n sphere radius maybe. And of course we can change this to 1. It's almost there, almost there. Subtract. That. Very interesting. Scale this back. I don't know if this will actually work, but yeah, that's a pretty interesting one. Let's change this to 2D and see if that helps. Let's do randomness to 1. But yeah, I think we can also do another thing. We can duplicate the whole thing and change this from end sphere radius to distance to edge to get this. And we can kind of smoothly, I don't know, but should be something which we could help, I guess. So let's multiply this to something like that with a clamp. And maybe I can do a minimum right after this. Minimum. I mean, that'll basically look fake, but we could try. There's something which we can try, I guess. Now all the edges are like a little bit smoother, I feel like there is no intersections. But yeah, to do that we have to okay, instead of minimum we can do a multiply instead. Yeah, multiply is probably better. Look at that, maybe 5. And RGB curves, let's do curves. You see that fall off can always be more smoother. Yeah, I don't know if this is better, but you know, it's a start. So let's keep going, I guess. Is definitely looking cool. We can also use this one to map our value using a map range node. Map range. Let's map this values to how many ridges did we give here again? 50 ridges. So let's start with 25 and let's go all the way up to 50. And let's do step linear interpolation maybe, and one step. Let's plug there. Now you can see we have a range from less to more, I feel. Can you see it? These have more ridges and these have less ridges. So, you know, that is something which we can randomize as well. So this is interesting. So let's quickly look at our compose like render. 1, 2, 3. Let's do another render and see how far we have come from the previous one. Yeah, better than this. This to here, I don't know. This one looks better because this one looks better because, like, you know, it has like less intersections, like, you know, but this is a little bit more smoother, which is fine, but not exactly what you might not what you might want. And we also need some more of these. So we have to duplicate this multiple times to get the result. So that is why I'm planning to make these into node groups. So yeah. Okay, so Ali's saying try soft light. So which and where? Let's try that as well. There might be instead of multiply probably. Okay. Mix color. Do you mean here soft light? I don't know why I use float curves all the time, like RGB curves all the time. Not mix. Let's do, what is it? Soft light. I don't think it'll work that much. Okay, let's see what's doing. It's cutting it off again, like, you know. I don't see much difference between this and that, but it's definitely smoother, I feel. But yeah, let's keep this aside. Let's keep this aside for this setup. Let's try to work on the displacement itself. So for now, let's get back to this. And oh, that is one interesting looking one. So let's quickly hide the sphere. Turn on the plane. Let's go to the top view. Oh, sorry. 7th. And let's quickly remove this one. Where am I using? Okay, we are not supposed to do this, so let's quickly remove this. We need to make some good progression before this, I think. Let's quickly raise this up, and let's quickly bring this to 2 maybe. Yeah, let's work on 1, and then we can keep on adding our stuff to this. So as I can see, we need to multiply the power stuff, but let's also use a map range instead. And like I said, I want to take this and make it into more of a math one, because I don't really like using floats that much. So let's try to do that. Like, I don't like to use curves that much, so I'll take the fraction, the ones which we know, like a math node, subtract 0.5. I mean, to be honest, I can simply use a ping pong with 0.5 and then multiply this by 2, but put a power right in between, power, and change this to 0.5 to give a shape that looks like that. I mean, I don't know how that's gonna look, but yeah, let's check. 2. You see that? It looks like that. So we need a better way to do that. Instead of power, what if I do math sine or cosine? There's a way to. Hey Stefan, that's awesome. See you later. I'm gonna get something called shaping functions. I'm gonna show you what that is in a bit. In the book of shaders, there is something called shaping functions. There's a pretty cool image that you'll find online. I think I can find it. Just give me 1 second. Same image as shaping functions. This is something which I use all the time. Sometimes you might not remember all the formulas, so that's all right. Look at this. So it basically takes a gradient from -1 to 1 and it'll try to map it in these particular shapes using the formulas that we see above. So the ones which I'm looking for is this one, because it's super smooth, or else you can also try this one. So we need to copy this function into that. So let's try. But the thing is, it goes from -1 to 1, so we need to remap stuff correctly. So let's do that. Why not? So we have the fraction, and let's not look at the displacement yet. Let's only look at this one. Right now, this is going from 0 to 1. So let's map arrange it to -1 to 1. Sorry, 0 to 1 to -1 to 1. That will give you this. Now you should take that, and you should that is the value x here, that is what it is. We should multiply this by pi. So math, that is basically by saying multiply pi by 2. So it's basically saying minus pi by 2. Sorry, I'm using caps on, maybe minus pi by 2 to pi by 2. Let's do a plus. Okay, and then we have to cos it. So math range cos. Cool. And then we have to take that and power it by square root. So basically, let's square root that. So apparently this one is basically equivalent to getting this shape, if you call that. Sure, why not? Let's remove this and let's connect that one here instead. So this is basically better. Let's look at that. Let's connect this to the height. And we can always come down with the scale. Look at how smooth that looks. That is beautiful. I mean, look at that. So I think I'm going to use this setup to get like my rounded spheres basically. So wherever I need this, I'm going to delete this. I'm going to give this a color. Let's give this some color like that. Let's new preset. Let's call this, I don't know, Sach green, not green, sorry. Or is it teal? I can just simply take this and press that. Let's copy this and paste this here. I'm going to use the same for this. Perfect. And we don't need this one anymore, so that's cool. Let's call this ammonite. Shape itself, that's perfect. Next up, let's take a look at how that looks. I personally think it looks beautiful. I don't know about you guys, but that is really good, at least according to me. And there are a few things that I want to be. Okay, I'm gonna take all the spiral stuff. I'm gonna put this outside, which is I think till here. Alt P. Unfortunately, and Control J. We need to organize this stuff, so there's no other option for us. That's ammonite, and this is our spiral. If you're not that big fan of the radial gradient, you can always use a mathy version. And let's frame this, Control J, and let's call this Voronoi scatter. I kind of used this setup in like similar setup in one of my previous renders. I think you can find that video as well. Let me try to get that output that I did. Copy image, and let's paste it in my, here it is. Paste. This is something that I did a long time ago. So this is my basic idea on how I want to tackle this whole setup. And I think it looks pretty decent in this particular one. I actually have a video on this on my YouTube channel, like a breakdown of how I did it. But yeah, this is like the goal. But here, instead of these scans, we'll have ammonites basically. Let's also give some color stuff soon. But for that, I just need a little bit more time. Let's time this perfectly. Let's multiply these two together first. And then let's delete this. We don't need that. That's fine. Alt S, let's put this above, let's put this below. So it's all pretty looking. And there's no other reason why I did that, to be honest. Maybe this is too long, so we can put this here. We can bring that there. I have this obsession of making my node groups pretty, so whichever works, right? Okay, we're not going to touch that. All this will be into a node setup, which I will, uh, put out definitely. And this we can come back to that later. So now let's bring our noises. Let's not tackle this anymore. We can come back to that later. Surface imperfections. So this is what I'm planning to do now. This will be there. Okay. Let's look at this. Here we have our power, which is that we can always use a map range. We can use this setup to bring it up. So I think the lowest I want it to be around 0.25. That'll be a good option because I don't want it to be too bottom, so that now I can bring the stuff down to maybe 0.3 to 0.4. Yeah, so that is a pretty good ammonite shape. We can always increase the settings right here to increase the number of that ones. Let's keep that at 50. Next up, let's take a look at the noise. I don't know if you guys prefer this noise or else, because sometimes I feel we can add back the noise to basically get the displacement only working on that. Yeah, this is not good. Let's just tackle that. Let's do multiply for now. But before that, let's use another noise texture with the same inputs, but with larger noise, and use a map range to control where we need that imperfections. Let's multiply this together. And now we can use that on the subtract or multiply. So we'll get that beautiful breakup. But sometimes I feel like subtract is actually better when it comes to this stuff. So let's do that maybe. Where is the subtract stuff? Where is subtract? Wait, soft light? What does it do? I haven't really played with all blend mode, so maybe it's time for that. Exclusion is interesting, but we don't want any divide is bad. Mix. I personally think subtract is the way to go, but could be wrong. Yeah, that. So now if I subtract all the way, you can see it is getting subtracted in the other places as well, but that's fine. We can just clamp the value here. So that's all right. Can we randomize the number of rings, spirals between some range? Yes, we can do that. That's by using this output. That is what the number of rings. I put it from minimum of 25 to 50, which after we randomize, you can see it. But for now, I'm just working on one. And let's quickly, time to give it color. So let's look at our reference. I feel this is a pretty good looking one. It is having this greenish tint as if it's like oxidized copper or bronze. Probably it looks bronzy, so yeah, let's go with that. Let's pick the color as well. And it looks very metallic, but I don't know about that. I'm just gonna make it rocky. Okay, so one other thing that I would like to do is try to group them. And of course, there's a lot of detail here. So, what I'm gonna do is increase the roughness maybe, or the detail. Let's go detail about 8 instead. Because at this particular angle, I don't think we'll see it that much. At least in this particular one, it looks like we might be seeing some. And we can always bring this values closer to mimic. Okay, we are doing multiply here. Then let's decrease the detail. Let's look at how that looks. Okay, we definitely need more detail here as well. Let's do a detail of 5, and we can increase the scale to 1 so that it's not everywhere. Yeah, that seems about right. And we can always put this there. Yeah, I think that's good. What do you guys think? Let's do 0.17 maybe. I'm gonna add another camera just for this particular scene. Let's look at that. Control Alt 0. That's good. Except we need to make this orthographic. Let's look at that. No, maybe perspective is fine. And X to 0 maybe. Side little up. Yep. Okay. Now I want to see how that looks with the scene. Yeah, you can tell it's too distorted noise, which is not at all looking nice. So we can work on that next. And also, like, it's too shiny. We can slowly get there. It's definitely possible. So let's decrease the distortion from 0.15 to 0.1 maybe. Maybe that itself is a lot, but it's better than nothing. Yeah, I like that. But I think it's better if I mix it rather than multiplying it or subtracting it. Not sure, but let's look at this. Instead of that, let's use a mix. Okay. Let's mix it here. We're multiplying that, sure, but here maybe. How about that? Let's try again. Let's give this a quick render. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know how that's gonna look. Okay, that mix is actually working, but the edges and all that, those are not looking as good as before. So it's up to us to choose which one. We can climb the result here, sure. We can decrease the multiplication factor to 0.5 maybe, and see how that looks again. Interesting. Do let me know if you have any questions. So before that, I had a nice idea on what I want to do. I'll show you what I mean by that. So I'm gonna create a new setup. It's called bevel normal setup. Bevel geometry normal. Let's take the, I think it's normal. Vector math cross product. And then length. We can do this, or we can also use bump. I originally used to prefer bump because this normal is different from this normal. See that? Let's plug this normal here and then plug it there. Now we can use a map range. This is like a curvature map, you know. It's a pretty good curvature map as well, according to me at least. So yeah, I'm gonna use that. Use this mix and give this another color maybe. Let's do multiply. I don't know how this is gonna look. Let's do mix maybe, and plug a different color. And I'm gonna do something else, and I'm gonna bring that till as close as possible, maybe at 0.9. Let's see that. Okay, maybe 0.9 and 0.5. I want to see this in the render. 3, 4. Let's do this. Yeah, all this we can improve upon, definitely. That bevel normal setup actually works pretty good. And also we can increase or decrease the strength and distance to make it as less or as more as we want. I'm gonna leave it at full strength, and we can also play with those values. But anyway, that is one thing that I'm very happy to discover. I also want to add some bump. If you look at this, these are pretty shiny, but there's definitely a lot of surface imperfections. So I think I'll use the basic stuff that I did before, like the subtract option. Let's do subtract. And let's subtract only a tiny bit. And use this as our roughness map range. Plug this all the way there to the roughness, and yeah, let's take a look at that. Maybe at 0.2, maybe. Yeah. Let's give this another quick render. Oh, sorry. Haven't really. There we go. Cool. Now I'm gonna give overall noise on top of everything. I like that breakup here and there, definitely. And sometimes I do feel like I think going all the way, not here, but here, is actually nice. Like let's do 0.4 maybe. And let's give this another render. This is previous. Let's give another render. And which one you prefer is up to you, but the color itself will change, definitely. And there's so much more I'm going to add to this. Sorry, I'm not able to, for some reason I'm not able to look at the chat. Let me just do something, test. Oh, there you go. Okay, so definitely there has been some, but I don't like how smooth everything looks, so I'm gonna add some bump. The way I'm gonna add bump is using a technique that I generally do, which is called bevel normal setup. Not bevel normal, sorry. What is this one? It's called double noise. Basically this with this. Uh, this will have a detail of 10 and this will have a detail of 10. And this will have a smaller scale like 4, and this will have like a, actually this will have a smaller scale and this will have a larger scale. Let's do 5 here. And roughness can vary, but for now let's just leave it there. Bump. And let's multiply this with this one, because we don't want any of those happening there. Multiply elsewhere. Let's plug this bump directly to our principal shader. Except everything looks super ugly. Reason being that, let's quickly change this to 0.1, 0.01, sure. And let's take a look at how this look. 0.05 maybe. Let's take a look at in the rendered view. This is previous, and let's give that a quick render. Okay, I can't see it that much, but we can definitely improve a little bit more maybe. Okay, let's do this one more that time. Let's do 0.01 or 0.02 maybe. To be honest, none of this will be visible. Yeah, it's pretty good start. Now we can play with the colors properly. I don't think I'll go with the same colors. I can go with the proper rock looking materials. So let's do that. So let's take this, take our color channel into that second socket. Let's do soft light. And let's give this a brown material. And let's give our starter some other material. How about a fuzzy looking material? Sure, but we do need something called separate color. Let's do for 3 channels. This is something that I always do in most of my renders, and this color is definitely not rocky. I'm actually think I should go AGX. Yeah, that is so much better already. I've been using Filmic because I like to look at how the renders look. All the techniques, do you have them on a list? Actually not, because I've been doing this stuff for, I don't know, like 5, 6, like 3 years full-fledgedly. I remember them a lot because I do this on my day-to-day as well, day-to-day life. So on all my projects, I use the same technique, so it's not a big change for me. One other thing I want to try is using the other colors that we did just now. So doing that, let's use mix color. Let's use these two shading. Instead of mix, let's do linear light. Okay, that is cool. Now instead of that, let's plug this. That is more interesting, definitely. And let's this could be a great option to, let's do 8. It's nice, 9. Oh, cool. Distortion can't be too much. Scale we can increase or decrease, but I'm gonna keep that way. So I'm gonna group this into Control J, call this bevel normal setup. So the height map is right there, so that's all right. Let's plug the normal there, cross product, length, and map range. So this can be put right here. That is our roughness map. Instead, what happens if we take this directly here? This can be interesting. Except the colors are not looking. Oh, this is a good one. Let's take this color instead. And let's take another color, which is this one. You can't see anything happening there, so I'll go a little bit darker. Mixing with, let's pick another color which is very bright. That is too white. Might be, let's do saturation. Let's play around with the hue. And let's decrease the value slightly. Yeah, let's go black. It's fine. Yeah, I don't know how this is gonna look. Should be interesting. Woo. Finally getting a little bit more fun. So let's keep this in mind and let's play with this value here. Let's desaturate. Let's keep the value darker, of course. Let's push the saturation all the way here. Yeah, brown is our way to go. That's it. So now we have that. We have this. We need more roughness settings. So what I'm gonna do is take our map here. I think I'm going to scale this one to 5 as well. Let's go higher in this roughness. And the reason this looks super bland is definitely because there is no contrast. To get the contrast, I'm going to use a power sign. Yeah, right about there. We have the contrast now. How that's going to look, but yeah, it's definitely going to improve the look. I'm just going to quickly group this, and I'm gonna put the same things here. I'm gonna name this color variation. Okay, we don't need 2 inputs, we only need 1. So what I'm gonna do is separate them into like RGB to black and white. Put this right there, change this to roughness. I don't know if that will do anything, but you know, it's fine. Float, and the first one is going to be color. So yep, this is good, and let's call this color var. Now comes the best part. I simply duplicate this, put this right here, and give this another color noise, which is basically this one, to make it a little bit more darker maybe. Except this also has the same issue, so I'm going to do RGB curves. That. See that? That is what I want to look at. And do a mix. And definitely I have to increase the roughness to 0.5 or something. I mean, doesn't this look so much better than before? Except yeah, there's some more stuff I need to do. Sorry. Gonna do mix color. I don't really care about what's happening in the edges, like, but you know, if you are a little worried about that, I can just do that. and let's give it a different color. Like let's do that for now. Let's take a look at how that looks in the rendered view. Let's do this. Should be so much better with just that, but you know, there's definitely room for improvement. But I think we can stop this here and we can try to make the edges a little bit more, you know, jagged, if that makes sense. I'll tell you what I mean. This is good, definitely, but it's too perfect. I want to like just distort it slightly so that, you know, we don't have the perfectness. So how I'm going to do that is take everything from the start. Noise texture, vector math, add this noise texture, but subtract this 0.5 from all three channels, and scale this from all this to 0.1. And we can have a name for this one as well. So let's call this distort 2D. Sorry. How am I doing that? Sorry. Let's call this this to distort, and let's call this distort 2D. And we need the noises, so let's quickly add a panel. Let's bring the scale into the panel and detail into the panel, roughness into the panel. Scale, detail, and roughness. I don't really want linearity and distortion. Maybe give distortion as well, why not? I don't really care about the linearity. So now that we have that, let's save this. Now without this at 0, everything is so perfect. With that, it is a little bit jagged. We can always go up just a tiny bit. And if the distortion is too much, we can decrease the scale to maybe 0.25 or 25, 2.5, and decrease the distortion slightly. Yeah, that's good. Let's do 0.5 here. 0.05. This distortion is very like I just want like a slider to do the distortion 2D. So I think I'll map range it and, you know, give it a better look. So what I'm going to do is go inside, map range this value, because I'm not going to go anywhere above 0.1. So, you know, I'm going to map this to 0.1, and I'm going to make this into a slider factor and change this to 0.2 as its default. So now let's go to 0 to 1. Yeah, and wait, no distortion. Let's do 0.2 because that is our default value anyway. Now we have like a slight distortion of 0.2. 0.5 is also fine. So 0.5 will be our present distortion to get that unbroken look just slightly. Now I'm gonna group this as well, and I'm gonna call it spiral. But I'm just wondering, should I do it in that way or should I do it? Yeah. So the floor is happening till 50. So math, let's do one thing. Math, let's subtract from 50. Sorry, let's do this instead. Is this what's happening? Okay, so instead of that, let's take the floor, the power. Let's do the power and see how that looks. This is actually a gradient, so we should not touch that. It's the floor, the power. Let's divide this by 50. And now subtract this by from 1. And now we can get it greater than 0, and okay, so how many is that? That's like a lot, right? Yeah, that's a lot. And we are not looking for so many anyway, so we can always come back to around about 0.15, 1.5, sorry. Sorry, I'm just checking. I'm just trying to group everything so that we don't, because I need to group this anyway, so that's why I'm planning to make it modular so that this makes sense to me and also to everyone else. Let's quickly plug the correct ones. And also the Voronoi scatter will also be grouped, and all this stuff will be in one node setup. So it'll just be groups, groups, and groups, except the front, because that's where we'll be making our color. Instead of multiply, what happens if I do subtract? That'll be an interesting one. Let's do subtract. Okay, which one do you prefer? Simple. First or second? Like subtract or... I mean, it's both different, definitely. Like, look at that. But yeah, according to you guys. um, this is fun. I'm also wanting to take the front and try to bring it up just slightly. I think I'll go. What happens if I do add instead? Let's do one thing. I just want to see why this looks like. Does it feel like rock? That is a question. So I'm gonna quickly render this once more. I'm gonna nail the roughness on this step because it doesn't feel like rock to me at all. It just feels like a very broken wall. What would make it look like a rock is a good question. So let's go here. Let's look at this. There's a lot of tiny noisy stuff, so we can work on that definitely. So how I'm going to do that is going to be a interesting topic. Let's bring that there. That's pretty interesting. I'm gonna put a poll. I want to work on the surface as well, so I think that'll be a good idea, because thinking about having this on a flat plane doesn't look any appetizing at all. So I'm gonna take a noise texture, take our present height map, take a UV map. Math maximum. I'm quickly making a simple rock surface, like something like those, so that, you know, I can, let's do detail of 5, roughness about there, and subtract 0.5 maybe, yeah. Multiply add is the best option. Noise texture, Voronoi, yeah, let's do Voronoi. Let's take this, let's do vector math. Yeah, we have distort 2D, sorry. Distort 2D is the easiest way we can get some nice distortion. And let's increase the scale about there and change this to distance to edge. Let's increase this to 5 maybe. Yeah, what else do we have here? Okay, that definitely doesn't look right. What do you guys think? I mean, it's looking like a good start, but it's not, definitely not the one I'm looking for, if that makes sense. But yeah, we can try. And we can decrease the scale maybe. It doesn't really affect that much, but we'll keep that as a base though. Let's not quickly come to any conclusions. Let's keep that as a base, definitely, so that we can come back to it. It doesn't look any better than what we had before, but the ammonite looks interesting, so let's work on that. I'm gonna group other stuff so that, you know, everything right now looks super cluttered. I don't like that. This Voronoi scatter, I'm going to work on this, but I'm gonna call this into Control G. The spiral, let's look at the fraction, and let's do combine XYZ, separate XYZ. That fraction is different from this fraction, and this is different, so we can, I personally think we can put this alt P inside this, P inside this, rather than that. Cool. We have power, we have floor, we have fraction, and we have this. What is that doing? So this will be X, This will be Y. So let's take that as X, this as Y. We also have a Z, which is this. I personally think I'm gonna put this in Z and bring all these things inside as well, because I feel that is where they belong. So let's bring all these three Alt B into this. Now this makes so much sense to me. So this will be inside this. Let's quickly bring this out. X, Y, and Z. This will be our Z, correct? Yeah. Let's plug this right down there and bring this and put it into, is it that? Yeah, that is it. Let's look at this inside here. Take the fraction out, multiply, floor here, fraction there, and we can bring this down there. Okay, so this is one thing that I always struggle with, like, to place everything where it's supposed to be. So I feel like this can go up and this can come down. So I'm gonna do that. Everything is still the same. If you look at it, it's literally the same, except we have better organization in our nodes so that we can group them properly. So this one is basically our increase or decrease function. So we can always work on that. And this less than is like our, how many you want. So that'll be our good one as well, like to play around. So that is good. Now we have three different stuff. So this is a good one that is done. All this can go inside another setup called Ammonite setup, and this will be in a different setup, so we can group this one without any tension now. I was wondering, should I do it with this or should I do it with this? To be honest, doesn't really matter. I'm using this setup, so it's pretty distorted. So I think this has to come from that. Okay, interesting. Do let me know if you guys have any questions. I don't know how long I've been streaming for. Sorry. The Amnet looks amazing, so I'm really happy. So I'm gonna group all this into a new setup. So uh, this will be undistorted chords, so that will be a different one. So we have two things. Let's copy this, Control G. The vector, let's leave the vector as the same. This default is not. Let's hide this. The first one will be our spiral coordinates, spiral chords. The second one will be undistorted chords. That's it. So, and then of course we need better controls. So spiral distortion can be inside or outside, but I don't really, okay, thinking about it, maybe the distortion is necessary inside. We can put the distortion outside as a function, but scale wise I think everything is okay. The logarithm, oh, that's a pretty cool looking animation. Let's put this out. Let's add a new input. Let's name this value. That's fine. 3 will be our default. 3 will be our other thing as well. Let's connect this right there. Let's call this spiral lock. Only I think I'll understand this, but I think it's fine. Scale, that is important. So let's put the scale up. I don't really like the new drag and drop things. Maybe it is nice, but I used to prefer the ones where you can just like press up and down to like, adjust this. That used to be fun. I think we have that as well in, yeah, we don't have it anymore in any of those. Interesting. Yeah, we can't change it. That's fine. The distortion will also be input. What other inputs can we make it here? I think that's it. These are the only inputs. Let's call this spiral method. Okay, look at this. This is where we can swap everything again. And I'm gonna close that and this as well. Sometimes I don't really prefer having inputs like this, so we can just duplicate it, put the spiral log there, put it inside and control H. Again, duplicate this, distort, control H. Oh, sorry, control H, control H. I don't know if that made it any better, but looks good. It's a pretty good spiral render, I feel. Let's look at, this is a factor 0 to 1, perfect. Now that'll be here, and we need the ammonite. I don't know if I want to group it, but I think it's better if I group it. It's all gone. Reason being, we haven't really gave good scale, maybe. Like, okay, something's wrong. Of course, we need to connect them properly. That's it. I think everything that we do inside will be into one node group, so that'll be interesting. Hello Martin, really nice to see you again. Yeah, up and down button used to be so much better. Yeah, dragging and dropping has always been a little funky because sometimes it'll go up, sometimes it'll go down. It is kind of unpredictable, and I used to get tired of it. Okay, let's quickly see if this works in the scenario, because all I want to do is just plug our beautiful coordinates there, and we can do that. Oof. Isn't that amazing? It looks like weird looking worms, but let's take a look at our rendered view. Since it's already like a terrain surface that we have, it'll be, I think, yeah, that's a pretty good start. Yeah, so I think we can use n sphere radius to give it like the displacement high as well. So if it is small, the displacement will be smaller. If it's large, the displacement will be larger, something like that. But yeah, it's a pretty good start. What do you guys think? The ground surface can be improved. like this is just a placeholder, so not really, um, even though I'm not really happy on how it looks, it's a pretty good start. I really love how murky it looks. I think we are on the right track. Honestly, like I think JC helped us a lot today with figuring out this material itself. Is it okay if I stream for longer? Like, I don't know, maybe I'm streaming too much, but I really want to complete this material. Yesterday, I think I streamed around 3 hours, 30 minutes. I think I can go till 4 today because there's so much to do. And yeah, okay, so let's get the other stuff correct. The ground, I think I'll work on it in a bit because I'm little not sure on how I want to do that, but I'm pretty sure like there is a way we can smooth, like, can I? Um, let's look at, I never made a good looking ground texture before, so I'm really worried how that'll turn out. I want like a nice rocky surface so that, this all fits really well. But yeah, that's not at all our trouble because we have to duplicate this 3 or 4 times to layer them on top of each other. So one other thing that I found is take the n-sphere radius, which is that one. I don't know what happens if I not do this. Should be interesting. Okay, look at that. Okay, let's take a look at how this looks when it's all combined together. Even though it's not looking as pretty as we wanted, like, we can always uh, improve that. I do feel like visually it's gonna look so much better once we put it on a sphere and as well as like, fixing the edges. That's where n-sphere radius really helps us. Let's do this. And also let's multiply this, I guess, a little bit more to multiply, sorry. Look at that. And yeah, this one, we can also impact our final displacement, which is right here. Let's take the math. Let's do the multiply here and plug our n-sphere radius into this multiply, which is that. I don't know if you can see that, but yeah, it's definitely looking different. Okay, instead of multiply, should I do divide that instead? I don't know. Even though it's looking flat, can you see it? Like, can you see how the texture itself looks? Huh. Even this looks pretty, right? Like as if it's attached to the surface itself. Yeah. I mean, that's what ammonites do in general. That's true, but it's really interesting to see them. Wow. I mean, yeah, the ground itself looks stupid. uh, let's multiply this maybe a little bit more. Twice. Yeah. But yeah, I don't really mind this shader itself for the ammonites because that looks pretty decent in my opinion. Um, we'll come back to that definitely. Like for now, let's look at other stuff, which is like grouping everything else. So this random angle, we can do that. So we can use a mix color to 0. So this can be at 0 or 1, which And sphere multiplication is interesting. So I'm gonna leave it just as it is. I never realized how good that looks. And then this Voronoi texture, I'm not sure if I'm gonna use it, so I'm just gonna delete that. And this one, what is it for? Yeah, let's give this out as a color output. Separate color. Oh, sorry. Separate color. And look at this as this. And let's use our white channel there. Yeah, why not? Okay, now question is, should we use 2D texture or 3D texture? So let's look at everything else again. Let's change everything to 3D to see if that actually helps. 3D and 3D. Okay, it looks more weird now. More intersections. I think sticking to 2D is better. So let's just leave everything as it is. And then we can layer more noises once we have done that. Cool. Let's look at this. The scale itself is fine. So that'll be one input. This is not necessary. So this is our UV scatter with random color and some good inputs. So let's group this. Let's call the color input as random color. And the vector as UVs. Let's place it up. Let's call the input vector as well. And let's hide this. And let's create a new input. And I'm gonna use scale as it is. So that we'll have the defaults just like that. And the second input, I'm gonna minus it. Okay, let's use n-sphere scale like maybe intersection remover, intersection threshold. I'm gonna leave the default to 1, but you know we can always play with the value. Let's call this Voronoi scatter. Let's hide that. Cool. And we also have one other control for like this. Okay, let's plug it there. This will be our random rotation control. So let's use that. The factor will be random rotation. Right? You see, it's pretty simple. We can bring the value up to kind of, get that. That's a pretty interesting one, according to me at least. Okay, so the Voronoi scatter, I think there will be more improvements to this. Oh god, where did I? Okay, did I not use it? I guess I probably haven't used it. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create the ammonite height map separately, and then the surface noise into a different place, so that we don't have that much cluttering. But I don't know if I should do it so many times, because sometimes it gets really complicated with lots and lots of node groups. But we can manage it. I feel like I think we can manage it. Can we? So anyway, according to me, like I'm gonna do this one first, and then other things later. Just so if you guys haven't seen it, I already have like a I already used this technique in, I think, a year or two back. Okay, it's gone. Paste maybe. That's not there anymore. Okay, let me quickly open this. Copy image, paste. Yeah, this is the technique that I've used, and this is what I'm aiming for. I hope I at least come close to this. As you can see, like, we have different scales layered upon each other, and it's gonna look pretty. We don't really see any ground itself, so I'm not really worried about the ground. I really want to see how far I can push the ammonites itself. So I mean, once I get the ammonites, I can always make a pretty, like, the next stream I can make like a rock surface, and then I can use ammonite height maps to, like, subtract them using the scatter method, so it'll look cool. But this is a good start, definitely. So for now, we have optimized it really well. So we have a scale option, which we can always use random color to basically alter them. For example, I can use separate X color, put this right here. Since the minimum scale is 2, I can use a map range, use the blue channel or something, plug this right into the scale. And since the minimum is 2, maximum can be like 3 or something. Or like I can bring this up. So I can always randomize the scales. So that is something which we can do, which is very interesting to me. Yeah. That itself looks crazy, but then the intersection looks so bad. That is the only reason why I'm looking to layer different materials. So I think we'll do more things, like the ammonite height map itself. But should I use the noise as well? Should I mix the noise into it? That's the question. Maybe I should group everything together. Okay, you guys tell me something. I'll tell you what is my reference actually. This is a pretty cool reference sent by my dear friend Curtis. So let's quickly open that. When I saw that, I was like, I need to do this. Look at this. That is the coolest looking thing I've seen. I would love to do something like this. But yeah, we are almost there. We are getting close to that. So not to worry, not to worry. But yeah, this is my goal, I guess, for today. Like, we have smaller ones. Next, we're gonna do the larger ones. We're gonna layer upon layer each other, and it's gonna look crazy good. Like you can see, like these are like on top of each other, so even the intersections doesn't really matter. But the fact that so many died in one place is kind of sad. Life happens, I guess. Okay, one thing I'm seeing immediately is I'm not liking. I'll show you what I mean. That is cool. But after all this, maybe I should add that. You know what I mean? Like if I come back to here, I can take this, and this into one place, and all this will be really, like, look at this map. We need this. This is what we are going to use for the next height map to layer upon. So that is good. We're almost there. I think what happens if I'll just duplicate this. I'll tell you what. Plug this directly here. What if I do this? Is this different from that? Is different from this? Yep. What happens if I use this instead? Yeah, I don't think so. I think that matters. Yep. Order matters. So let's not do this. Let's do the present one, but let's organize everything so that we don't go crazy. I definitely don't need full screen for this, so I'm gonna one map range, multiply, color one. Yeah, let's put this into Control J. That is done. This is our height map, so we don't really, I'm not gonna look at this whole setup anymore. I'm not gonna bother about all that, all this. I don't care anymore. That's all right. I'm just going to worry only about one color. Let's bring them back as well. Control J. Let's not Control J them yet. Okay, we need to keep that in mind that we are using bump here. Okay, so that is our bump. So we need the bump map. So we're using one of them for the bump map and another for the color map. So we can Control J them, move them closer. I like move them top because this one is on top, and the bump map we can, since it's only doing the bump, we can bring them all up. Yeah, this is fine organization wise. Now we are almost there. We're almost there. We can take our present height map, we can mix our color to it. We can do more color variations using this node setup, which I'm gonna put it right above this. Yeah, this is fine because, yeah, why not? I'm gonna Control H. This will be our, I forgot what to call this, curvature map. Yeah, F2 curvature. And let's give this another color. For curvature, let's do pure white. Yep, such green is fine. Sorry if I'm taking time to organize. I think this is a really important step before I get confused, because what we are gonna do next is going to change everything that we have done. Like, I mean, it's gonna duplicate it multiple times. If you're not organized, we're gonna have a hard time. That's why. Okay, what did this do? Okay, we are using that as our displacement. Okay, I think this is good. We're almost there. I still need some help with the, okay, that's cool. Let's call this double noise and bump and color variation and color variation. This is curvature. For bump, I'm gonna make it blue in color, and I'm call this bump. Because next time I can just, yeah, curvature is white. We have colors here, so we can use that as an input. The color variation will be our next thing. So now we can use our good old color random. Let's separate them, or else we can use this color random and put this in another white noise to get like new colors, which we can use to basically vary color. Yep, next, basically this. can use that for one variation, this for another variation. So if you take a closer look at everything, there is definitely variation. Some has less, some has more. You see that? Yeah, that is our way to handle this. And we can also use another one to subtract this one. So, we have so much control now. It's insane. So let's quickly use green and blue here. Control X, and let's map range red to the value. Since we are using till 0.15, let's go from 0, not 0, let's do maybe 0.1 to 0.25 and use that here. So this is how I'm giving variation per item. So we have to do is just connect these input values to the whole setup, and it'll take care of everything else. So that is how I am tackling this, if that makes sense. Okay, shader wise, I don't know if I want to do it in a single shader or else in a multiple one. So that is where I'm worried. For now, I think I'll use one final shader and keep everything else inside, like the roughness and all the other colors. I mean, it's fine. I think it's fine. So what I'm gonna do is get this 3 colors, bring everything until here, and this displacement map is something which I need to keep outside as well. So let's bring everything until here, Control G. Okay, let's call this Ammonite shader. Let's organize them quickly. So the coordinates, and the first one is undistorted coordinates. So let's rename this properly. Undistorted coordinates. Okay, no. Undistorted coordinates is fine. I'm going to copy this and also this. Let's go inside. The first input is undistorted coordinates. And the second, oh, sorry. The second one is spiral coordinates. The third one is random color. But yeah, let's quickly organize them. Spiral, undistorted, random color, perfect. So now we made it so small, but now let's look at the results really quick. What other values do we need? We have inputs which we can, of course, play around with, which we'll do in a bit. But all this stuff will go into one shader and it's still looking good. I'm not worried about anything else at the moment, so that's all right. But yeah, let's look at the, okay, there's one more thing I need to quickly, I don't know if I want to keep this as a result, but that is the base color for now. I'll plan, let's call this base color. This is normal, that's good, that's fine. Bump normal, but I think it's okay. The base color all the way up. So what is the other one? This is the height map, the result. Let's change this to float. Let's call this height map. But yeah, technically there's another result. What is that? This is roughness. So let's organize it exactly how we have it. Like normal, the height will go height. And then we also have one more thing, which is the mask. Ammonite mask. Let's look at it. Let's call this Ammonite shader. Perfect. So technically we are ready to go to the next step. Now comes our I'm kind of scared if I don't know if this will work or not. Like again, we are just playing around, so should be fine. But before that, I really want to work on the inputs because we have all the inputs here. Let's hide all the values. Random color to better one. Cool. So the reason why I did that, if I just duplicate it, you won't have to see the inputs. Now let's quickly create 3 panels. Shape control. The next panel would be color control. And the next panel would be roughness control. I don't have to put control in everything. Shape, color, and roughness should be fine. But yeah, I'm just old fashioned. I don't know why I even said that. God. Okay. So the less than will basically remove it. Of course, like we can use. Okay, the white noise is here. Okay, never mind. We have to do the color here. Okay, I'm just gonna duplicate this. I'm gonna bring it near the color. Base color is this one, color 1. And this is AO color, ambient occlusion. Kind of, right? Like if you look at it, it's kind of AO. Because if I change it, you can see like it is getting changed, so that's fine. AO color, and then this is the curvature color. So let's do that. Curvature. Oh god, that's really bad. Oh damn. I turned on the caps lock. Perfect. What else do we have? Is there any other colors? Okay, this one I'm not really sure. I don't know if I'm gonna do it, but for now, I'm just gonna play with the factor. Okay, the color variation. Should I put this in the factor? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a mix. The black would be 0, and all the way would be 1. Mm. Okay, since I'm gonna do that anyway, I'm gonna map range this values, both of them to 0.5 to 1, 0.5 to 1. Yeah, let's do that. Let's look at this. RGB. Is that 0? Yeah, that's fine. Let's do 0.5 to 1, sure. Okay. I'm going to keep this the same here. Let's call this random color. color variation. Let's keep this at 0 for now, which means there is full color variation. Look it from top, or else randomize color. Sure. Yeah, I'll do both. Yeah, let's do that. Color variation, let's duplicate it. Let's call this randomize color. Random color variation. I don't know why I'm putting longer names, but I think that's all right. So let's put everything under color control. Color. See, this is why I hate this. Color, base color, curvature color, color variation, random color variation. Let's look at this. Random color variation all the way up to 1. Okay, we need to put that. Color variation, it's set to 1, so let's set that to 0 for now. Yeah, color variation to 0, the default to 0. This random color would be this one, and the color variation would be this one. Oh, that's perfect. I can give color variation and random. Perfect. That's under color control. We're done with color, I think. Perfect. So let's quickly organize them. Let's control H this. Perfect. Um, or should I just put this from 0 to 1? Maybe 0 to 1 is fine. And just a tiny bit would do it, I guess. Perfect. I don't know if you'll see it that much, but I think it's all right. Okay, next up, we have shape control. So let's do that as well. Let's duplicate this. What does this do? 50. Number of ridges, maybe. Ridges. Let's put that in the shape control. Cool. The next one would be, yeah, this is what I'm planning now. Make this. We have so many right now. So let's divide this by 50. Let's do a greater than. Yeah, we have multiply with that from this to that. Interesting. I mean, this one will keep going because it's a infinite fractal, so there's no way. The more you go down, the farther it's gonna go. So there's no point in chasing this. So yeah, there's no other way, I guess. Like, yeah, I'm not able to find a better. You can do like -1 to 1 maybe. -1 to 0 would probably be the best option, I guess. Yeah, -1 to 0. Let's do map range. Sorry, that is bad. That is bad too. I'll put this down. Let's put this at 0. Let's do this minus. I don't know. How long can this feel like it's going? Okay, -5 to 0. Yeah, let's do that. Let's bring a value. Let's do 0.5. Okay, and let's duplicate this. Change this to factor 0 to 1. 1.5, or default would be 0.9. Yeah, let's do 0.9. Why not? From number of ridges, let's call this threshold. The threshold is at 50. Let's not do that. Look at that. 0.9 is okay. Let's look at the render itself. Now we can decrease the threshold. Okay, now we did that, so take that, take this, put it in the multiplier. Wait, what? Did I do correct? Yeah, I think that's fine. Now I can go all the way up to 1, or we can go as low as possible. Then -5, I think let's do -1. Yeah, at 0.9 seems good. Still good. We're still good at 0.9, I guess. That's all right. Sorry if I'm not checking the chat. I'm just focused on doing this. So yeah, so now we have the shape controls. What are the controls do we need? We don't need anything here. Yeah, this is for the dip, I think. Yeah, like how far the dip is. Inner push. I don't know what to call it. Yeah, let's duplicate this. Let's call this inner center height. Yeah, center height. Center height. Default, let's set to 0.25, and 0 to 1 is fine. Center height, let's just plug it right there. Not there, sorry, here. Center height will be 0.25. So now this will control how high we can go with this. I think that's pretty decent. Okay, this also needs another input, which is basically our end sphere radius that we did. So let's basically take the radius and just put it right there. We need another input. So let's quickly add another input. Let's call this radius. Let's hide the value. Let's plug the radius right into this. That will be our height multiplier. So I think we're going to take the height map, which is right here, and quickly use that to multiply our group input. Let's take that radius and just use a mix color. Yep. Let's do multiply. Let's do our radius. I don't know if that is doing anything, but yeah, it does look pretty good in my opinion. I mean, the smaller one should be more down, I feel. Does it look like that? I mean, let's go to the front view. There's got to be random heights, definitely. The smaller ones are smaller, the bigger ones are bigger. So I think it's a win, but math multiply. Now you can definitely tell that what we are doing is correct. Perfect. Smaller ones are smaller. Let's do it twice so that this multiplier. I think we should use map range. Not really. I think min and max height will actually be that good. Two 2.5 maybe. Okay, this is very interesting. Okay, that's good. Now let me just quickly hide the plane and turn on the sphere. Let's look at from the other camera. Oof. Definitely looking sweet. Let's get into this. Okay, we need to like play around with the rest of it. So let's work on that. I'm very happy on how this looks at the moment. Except I would like to get more noise on this. So let's take a look at how to do that. It looks so much better in the shader, like in the render. In the viewport it just looks little better, but I don't know if the height map is what's affecting it. So let's go back. I think it is this one. Not that one, sorry. Multiply. Yeah, that is the one. Multiply is definitely not looking right. So I think it's either subtract. Let's do subtract now. It's completely gone. Subtract. I think add is good. Let's leave it at add at 0.1. Let's not do anything. That's all right. So we also have like a noise addition, right? Like which is that maybe? Let's do max 1 to see how that looks. It's gonna look horrid, like expected. But I want to quickly give this a render to see how that looks in the render view though. I mean, we have come a long way, definitely. So that should be interesting with the like full subtraction, how that's gonna look, how damaged it is. Yeah, I do like how this looks, the damage, I mean. So yeah, we can have a slider for that. So let's quickly do that. Map range to 0 from 1. Group input. We have shape controls, color controls, and roughness controls. The one thing that I'm not really liking so far is that the roughness control is coming from the color output and not and not the map range itself. So that is what I want to work on next. Definitely interesting. We officially crossed the time that I spent last time than now on the stream, so I'm really happy about that. Sorry, just checking something really quick. Really nice, interesting. Oh, oh my God, that's cold tea. Sorry. Um, let's do one other quick little thing. Okay, so what I wanted to do here was to have the roughness control to be independent of the color itself. The way I'm gonna plan that, like even though you can see, because if I make this darker, like the color itself, if I make it dark, now everything's gonna become dark, so I don't really like it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take all the noises that I did so far, which I affected the color with. I'm gonna average everything into one single map and use that as our input. So that is something which I learned, which I kind of came up with, thinking that would do better rather than using the color. So let's take our present height map, which is this one. Oh wow, that is not the height map that I was looking for. This one. Let's math add that stuff with this one, which is our color, our one of our noise. Or should I? Yeah, let's do that. And then what is the other one? We don't want that one. Where is other noise? Right here. Yeah, let's take this and let's use the multiplied one, and let's add that one. So let me bring this values all the way up. Let's add this one to it, and also let's multiply this one to the map, which is this one, the mask. So now I have 3 different noise textures on top of each other, and there is another stuff, like there might be there is also like our this one. Ooh, that is looking really interesting. Let's use that too, why not? So now we have we have our height map 1 2 3 4, so divide by 4. I'm gonna do this. I hope this looks good. Divide by 4. It's probably not sufficient. Okay, yeah, there it is. Now I'm just going to do a math quickly. Let's do a greater than. That's half. 0.8. Okay. 0.7. 0.6. Yeah, it's around 0.6. So, let's map range these values from 0 to 0.6. So now all the values here are, I don't know, let me see quickly again. Let's quickly bring this value up slightly. Yeah, that's cool. Let's use that as our input, because look at this roughness. That is how it looks. Now we have a better one which looks like this. Maybe we should invert it, 1 and 0. Maybe that'll look different. Yeah, sure. But let's use this as a roughness map. Let's do 0 and 1 just in case, because ammonites, I want it to be really rough. Well, let's look at that instead. Oof. Now that is looking very interesting compared to like color itself. So what I'm going to do now is going to export this as 0 and 1. So let's use our group input, which we just got this from here. Let's connect the min and max. Min and max. Let's put the min to down here and max to down here. Min roughness. And let's make this 0 to 1, because it's fine. It has to be a factor. And max roughness, I want this to be a duplicate of min roughness. Sorry, duplicate of min roughness. Let's call this max roughness. Let's set the default to 1. The same thing. Now we can bring the roughness down so that this will have a little bit more roughness down. But yeah, we are not really worried about because we have the ammonite mask right here. We can use that and our height map to basically mix the ground texture, which we will do eventually later. But yeah, that is our plan. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to do this. But for now, if you're really worried about how that's gonna look, don't worry. We will make this so much better. So I think we got all the controls that we need. Yeah, I think that's it. We don't really need more control, I feel. I thought, oh god, sorry. I didn't know how. Yes. What did I do? How did I change it? Wait, what? I did not know we can do that. Alt S will be, oh yeah, that I was doing Alt S, that's fine. Oh, Control D will give you a driver property. Interesting. I'm just playing with shortcut, sorry. Got little sidetracked from what I wanted to do. I think this is it, right? Like, I think we'll give a seed value as well. Since this 3D texture, we can just do D to give seed. So let's combine XYZ. Plug this here and round. Let's do map range. What is that? Map range here? No. Math. Let's do round. Set this to Z. Let's make this 0. Group input. Let's call this seed. And I personally want to keep this right here. Yeah, any value would do it. So that's it. This is one of our seed. And also let's do one other thing. We need another seed here the Voronoi scatter as well. So the way Voronoi scatter seed works is also by chain. I don't know. Let's see the 2D. Yeah, it does nothing. So yep. Okay. If it was 3D, I think it would have worked. Honestly, not a big deal. So here comes my problem with how I want to mix all these textures, right? So I have to duplicate it 3 times. That is the only way I was looking. So let's duplicate this and let's scale this to 10 rather than, now we have 2 textures. Let's do vector rotate as well. Maybe we'll do a vector rotation here instead. Vector rotate, maybe. Yeah, let's give that random rotation. Okay, that rotation is not. Oh, okay. UV rotation. Let's call this UV rotation. Let's bring this all the way up. There, yeah. No, below scale, let's just do that. Yeah, let's keep this right there. That's all right. UV rotation will be, let's do 40 degrees. So now here is what my plan was. So we need to do this. So my plan was basically take the height map, take the ammonite mask, multiply them together, like that. But I want that to happen in the opposite direction. So wherever there is no previous ammonites, I want that. And I want this to go a little down, like 0.2 maybe. Down, and then use maximum with our height. So now we'll get this. I don't know if you can see that. But if I plug it in the height map, you'll probably see it better. You see that? We can get that. But the reason why we are not seeing that is our negative values are clamped. So we need to check the height map where our negative values are clamped. It's a greater than node, I think. Yeah, it's a greater than. What if I do a sign instead? Nope. Greater than is it? Interesting. So my plan was to take this, change this to greater than or less than to get this mask. And we can use this mask to combine these 2 colors, right? See what I'm saying? Now we can use mix color, base colors with the same mask. There you go. And we'll plug that as our base color. So we have to do that for roughness and normal and height, all 3. So I was thinking we could use another node group, which basically takes these 2 together and gives us our new map. So how am I going to do that is the question. Yep. This is what I was thinking to do in the first place as well. But yeah, but for now, let's not look at the displacement itself, height itself. Let's only look at the surface. Let's do mix color. Let's take a look at the base colors first. Yeah, if you look at from the front view, I'd still say we need 5, but the UV rotations can be. There is no random. Maybe I should do ×2. Yeah, that's it. Yep, let's look at that now. Also, we need something to translate. So what if I do center? At least we need 3 or 4 different, maps to do this. So that's what I was thinking. Let's do this with our next ones as well, which is roughness and roughness. And do this with normal and normal. So now we have normals, we have, wait, why is this not working? Okay, this is why. Mix. Yeah, roughness here, sorry. Roughness to roughness, and then normal to normal, color to color, and finally height to height. So for the height, we are not doing anything. We're just using maximum, which is our height. So this is our height. And now our new mask will basically be, which is it? Display. Our ammonite mask plus that mask. I think so. If not, it'll be the greater than of these two things, which might not be what I'm looking for. If we don't subtract it, I think it's perfect, because I can just add them, or else we can do maximum. This and this will have no trouble mixing at all. Except now I can just duplicate this, bring this here and bring this into roughness, this one to color, and the maximum will be our height. This, look at that. Okay, so this is where I'm little, worried about like cluttering, so I have to do 2 more times. So instead I can just do this multiple times, like in multiple layers. So this is where I was thinking what I should do. So it's little complicated. I have some more ideas on what to do. I can't make a group out of this yet. If I do a group of it, all I have to do is just base color 1 and base color 2. I can just put this right side by side and we are done. And that new base color will be this one, and our new texture maps will go side on side. So I think since these are like direct mixes, we can do a mix float for the roughness instead, and we can do mix vector for the normals, and height is fine. Okay, now this is where I think I wanna focus. The reason why I don't like this shader yet is, if you look at it, I have this problem. This is my main trouble. I hope it resolves. Yeah, so when there is like an overlap, it is not taking that into account. And look at this. That is another problem. So I need a way to basically remove that problem. So instead of taking the mask, I can just use a maximum, which will basically be this. Let's take the maximum. And then next I'm gonna do a greater than to only get the masks of this one, you know, and then multiply that instead of everything else with, I'll show you what I mean. Yeah, take a greater than of this. Now I'll have only the masks of those. And use that mask for everything that this less than is doing. Maybe that will look better. Or less than. So now this is the other one, the other option that I was, wondering. But this has another trouble. Layering, it is not going down or up. It is just like there. So if I just render this out, you'll see what I mean. So this is our previous renders. Let's do this new one. See, it looks cluttered. And I think it's because our roughness is also too low. That'll be a problem. But I think we can fix that soon. I kind of like this, but I don't know how I did it in the previous render. So I want to keep one down and one above. So how do I do that without, I have a plan. I kind of have a plan. Yeah, I have a plan. Okay, I don't want this. This is why, this is where it gets complicated, but it's totally fine. I'm clueless too. But let's not worry. We can fix it. Says the person who doesn't know what he's doing, probably. We don't need the ammonite masks yet, but this is very important, so let's not touch this. So all we need to do is define a mask. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the height map that we have before, get the greater than of 0 or less than d, sure. You know what, let's do greater than of 0, not roughness, sorry, height map, or less than 0. Yeah, greater than is better. And then I'm gonna subtract 1 from it to invert it. I'll tell you why. I think it's very important that we do this now. Okay. And let's also take the ammonite mask that we all love. Let's subtract that as well. Subtract that as well. Now we have this. Hear me out. I'm going to take the height. I'm going to subtract this whole thing. Did I do that right? Let's do that. Right. Let's clamp it. Okay, yeah. Now, just look at our height map for now. Except let's take a look at this one. This. This is what we need. We need this offset so that, we can layer below some, above some. This is all I needed. Okay, this is going to sound complicated, but since I was planning on doing, this will be our new height map, instead of doing this one, I'll be using this one. This is perfect. This is all I asked. This is all I wanted. So I'm not going to do anything here. I think it's better if we, put this inside as well. But actually, I have another plan. What happens if I do this a little bit longer? Okay. No, I have to invert this. That's the only way. Okay, interesting. Multiply. Multiply again. Maybe I'm clamping it. Should I not clamp it? Okay, okay. So we inverted that and we are subtracting it from everything that we have. That will give you this. And this is good. Let's quickly render this. I'm just a little worried on, I'll tell you why I did that. But before that, I don't like how the roughness looks. So, I'm going to bring the minimum roughness to 0.7 again. Let's also do that here, 0.7, because we don't want that. Now let's look at how that looks again. Perfect. Let's do a render. This is going to make so much sense in a bit. I know I'm like doing some crazy stuff, but yeah, crazy is what we needed at the moment. Okay, this is good. We also have the control for this, so it's perfect. Okay, cool. I'm gonna do that same thing what I did for the second one as well. Control Shift D. The first one is the height map and the second one is the ammonite mask. Okay, cool. I'm going to subtract this, subtract this, and this is good. Now we can do the maximum. Perfectly viable. Except now we can do something amazing. We can put this below. Now, if I take the maximum and change this to greater than or less than, probably I should not, should I do less than? What is this? Yeah, probably less than, but I'll just check. Yeah, less than. And now if you put the height in the height place and our maps, perfectly viable maps with roughness to roughness, normal to normal. There you see we have layers. To see this better, let's quickly do a maximum of a value of 0 or maybe a little higher. That's all right. Maximum 0.5, I think. Yeah, 0.5. Let's do that. Now we have layers down, down, and up. And look at this. This is beautiful. This is what I was looking for. So this is good because we can use the same techniques again and again and again to do the layering. So let's quickly give that another render. So this is okay. Let's go to 6 or 7, 8. Okay, 9. Let's do. There's only 8 slots. Damn it, forgot. Let's do here. look here, we have layers, and this is what I love about this setup. And of course, like, we can decrease the displacement amount, like, to make it more realistic, which I'll do now from 0.9 to 0.4 maybe. But yeah, let's take a look at how that looks in the render again. 8, 9. Let's replace this one. I don't care. Look at that. We have layers. This is perfect. Now I can fill everything else. So now is the question I'm asking, should I put all these stuff inside or outside? I personally think putting them in the new group is okay, but that is where I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna delete this. Let's quickly organize them so that we don't get confused. Look at that. That is good. Let's bring these things down as well. But yeah, let's try both. If this doesn't work, we can always, redo the stuff. Not going to do the maximum here. I'm going to do this outside. And I'm going to put these two things outside because I don't want that to be inside. We have to name them correctly or else it's going to be a huge pain. So let's quickly bring everything and Control G. Whew. Did you do that right? Of course, it's gonna mess everything up. So let's see. The first one is base color 1. Base color. Let's name the same values as this one because sometimes it's easier. Let's call this base color. We don't have to do 1 and 2 because I'm gonna keep it separate. So let's copy the same thing again and put the same thing here. I'll tell you why I'm not doing 1 and 2. The second one is the ammonite mask. I don't know if I used that one at all. Oh yeah, I used it, ammonite mask. So let's quickly take that out. Yeah, it's ammonite mask. Let's copy this. Let's call this ammonite mask. What is the other ammonite mask at? Just this one. Is it this one? Yeah, let's do that. Ammonite mask. Right above base color, ammonite mask. So let's put this right below this so that we have that thing. Next we have input, which is normal. So let's do normal. I'm gonna copy this, Control A, Control C, Control V. Let's put the normal above ammonite mask and this one in between them. And then next is roughness. So let's quickly, wait, is it roughness? Where is roughness? Roughness is all the way down. Wow. And this roughness is all the way up. So this has to be roughness. And this is also roughness. Let's bring this roughness all the way up there and this one here. Okay, that's correct, right? Okay, now the final one is height. Let's put this up and this one height. Let's put this up and let's call this shader input mix. Texture mix. Okay, and we need the same outputs as well. So base color to base color, roughness to roughness, normal to normal, height to height, ammonite to ammonite. I'll tell you why I did that. I can directly copy base color to base color, roughness to roughness, normal to normal, height to height. So let's do height. Now we need the ammonite mask. I think we do have it. Where is it? Let's check that. I think it is this one. Yep, ammonite mask. Let's plug it right there. Let's call this ammonite mask. Or it's probably not. It's not ammonite mask. Sorry. It's got to be maximum of this one and this one. This is our new ammonite mask. Okay, let's save the ammonite shader and let's save the texture shaders. Perfect, perfect. Now let's build the shader up. Let's increase the displacement as usual. I think let's make it 0.7. 0.9 was good, but 0.7 is fine too. Now I'm going to duplicate everything. Duplicate the texture mix. Let's plug them properly, roughness properly, normal properly, height properly. This is why I did this. I think you understood why I did that. There you go. We simply mix it so quickly. But does it work? Is the question. The reason it doesn't look any different is because there is literally no change. So let's remove the displacement here. Let's change the UV rotation to 45 to 70. I hope this updates. Yep, it works. Except we need to change this values properly again. Base color to base color, roughness to roughness, normal to normal. That one to surface, and height to height. Whew. We are good. Look at that. Now finally, I'm gonna take a math node again. Maximum this by 0.5. And also we can do multiply 0.5 as well, but that is fine. Only trouble is I have to give this as an output, 0.5 as our changer. So let's make this 1.25 maybe. Like 0 it's fine too, but let's do 0 here. This texture mix. So I'm gonna make this 0.25 and this one 0.25 as well. Now let's look at that instead. Subtract, subtract again. I don't know if this works, but let's see. Clamping is not working. This clamping? Nope. But yeah, now let's increase the scale from 5 to 1. That'll be huge ammonites, but let's not go there. Let's go 2 or 3, 5. We have 5 here, we have 5 there, so let's go 10 here and 6 here. Can you see any difference? We need to do one more level, I feel. But yeah, let's look at how that looks in render. Maybe then we'll have a better idea on how that looks overall. There is definitely like an overlap, but we need to find a way we can. I mean, I'm probably subtracting too much here, but it's only because I need that for the previous one. But looking back, I think I should clamp it towards the end. So I'll try that next because there is too much stretch going on. I don't want that to happen. I'll see if I can make it better. Switcherism that happened inside the texture, so let's do 0 and 0 just to see if that actually works. Also, I think I should probably the center height. Okay, that is different. The threshold is 0.9. Cool. Distort, spiral scale, spiral, everything is okay. Randomize rotations, okay. Intersection, okay. Randomizer, okay. Let's do 0.5 here instead. Yeah, I think keeping this 0.5 is better than not keeping it at 0.5, I guess, because once I do that, it's all inside, so it's fine. Oh, that is definitely more cluttery, and I think keeping that to 0.5 and changing this to 0.2 and 0.3 is definitely an improvement. Look at that. And maximum, we can play with that now. I don't know if this looks better, but if this is previous render, now let's quickly do the new render. There's so much we can do as well, so I think we have to change the lighting to make it look better. But yeah, we're on the right track now, definitely. Except the subtraction that I'm doing there, it's too much. I need a way to minimize that. But yeah, there is definitely some freedom that I can take. And also, like, texture wise, it looks good. I just need a better way to keep the bottoms. Yeah, I need a better way to do that. So I'm still wondering, is that the only way? So I have textured this, which is fine. And I subtracted the, wait, did I subtract the height? Okay, I think I should subtract. What if I don't do this? What would happen? Yeah, I think I did that, but I should clamp it. And now if I do this afterwards, okay, why is this inverted again? Okay, I understand. I understand what happened. Take a math node, put a multiply. Let's do 2, 5, 10, maybe. Take that. I think I know what I'm doing wrong. We have that. After I invert it, I'm subtracting this instead. What if I don't do that and just multiply this greater than 0? Take the ammonite mask. Oh yeah, I can take the ammonite mask directly and not multiply anything, but subtract the ammonite mask from the scale. So multiply. Let's do one more thing. Let's not do anything drastic because it kind of looks like I'm ruining everything that I had. And I'm gonna quickly try something else. I think I'm gonna unclamp this towards the end anyway. Okay, so now let's look at this. Let's take a quick look on, sorry, Control Shift D on a better look on how to do that. So I took a greater than of the height map. I inverted it, clamp, that's all right. I subtracted this one and clamp. Huh, did that happen? Maybe the, what if I do mid level to 0? Clamp. And I'm subtracting the ammonite mask, which is 1 to this. I see. And then I'm subtracting it again from the height map. So if I clamp it, nothing will change. Let's try to clamp these two as well. Then everything is gone. So I need to fix this one small issue and I think we are good to go. I'm going to take care of this outside. with only two stuff. So, let's quickly duplicate these two. Let's only look at this. Sorry if I'm taking too long. I think this is really important. Take this displacement and then finally the height to height. Okay, this is correct, right? So this is what I was looking for, but I just need a little bit of insight for this. So what I thought was I'll do a greater than of height, which is fine. Not to the height, sorry. I'll do greater than of height, which is fine. Of 0, cool. So I'll get this value, but then I also have the ammonite mask. Okay, I think I don't have to overthink it. All I have to do is take the height, invert it, subtract it from the present height. Yeah, that will be our new height. And what happens if I give this to this height? And what's the different in this height? Oh, that's double. Oh god, that's bad. Okay, I don't know why that is doing double, but let's just try to change this from greater than 0 to subtract, and I'll just subtract this directly. So what I'm going to do is just mute this and also mute this, right? So technically we are good to go. Are we though? Okay, since I changed the scale, I need to raise them up slightly. Okay, now that, and finally this. Yeah, how long is this site? Like, I mean, why is it not breaking? Is it greater than 1? Oh yeah, why? Am I adding them? I'm just doing maximum, so technically this height itself shouldn't be that much. Is it that bad? It's not greater than. It's not greater than 1. Yeah, this is not greater than 1. Very interesting, but we are almost done, so I'm really happy. I don't have to worry too much about it. It's just that I need a little bit more time to bring everything up, I guess. Yeah, -2. This will be -1. That's it. Instead of -1, let's do -0.75. This will be -0.25. -1.75. Sorry. Let's look at how this looks. This is our previous render. Let's go to the next place. Let's render this here. The Nautilus shells. Yeah. Okay, since I did I think it's because yeah, maximum shouldn't do this. It's kind of weird why it is doing that, but definitely there is hope. I don't know about you, but this definitely looks pretty to me. We can get better and better results in a while. Oh, it's 10 already for me. Not bad. How long have I been streaming for? 4:30. Wow. 4 hours, 30 minutes is insane. Can I do 5? I think I can do 5. I really want to complete this material because this is taking a long time. And I need to know why why I need to do this. Let's look at this. Greater than 0.5, 2, 1. Okay, so okay, wow. Let's do greater than 1. Greater than 0.5. Yeah, this is correct. Once I do maximum of these two, which is basically 0 and 0, by subtracting it from this. Okay, why is that happening? This is fine, and this or this might be the reason. I think I might have found out why everything is happening. Let's quickly give this a better scale. Okay, 0.5 mid level again. Let's not worry about that. Let's do 0. And I think we got the result. Yes, we did. Except we need to bring this Nautilus shell a little bit down. So let's do, I don't know why I'm calling it Nautilus shell, 0.95. Oh, sorry. Oh God. Why did I move it 1 down? 1 is not the way to go. 0.1. And then this one has to go a little above. So let's go -0.1. -0.1. -0.1. Yeah, this is fine. I don't think I worry too much about this. We can give a crazy amount of value like 0.09, which was a decent start. It's gonna look super cluttery, but I think that'll add some, I don't know if that looks good. It just looks super cluttery to me, but I think it's okay. So I'm just gonna duplicate this whole setup again, Control+D, and this setup. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect. Let's see if that's, sorry, this works. Except now I need to change this rotation from minus 90. It does, UV rotation to 90 doesn't work. Why is this not working? Ooh, 90 is better. Let's look at this. Okay, why is this not working? That is working here. And what's wrong here? I think I should delete this. This is going to take a while for me. I know. That is fine. Why? That's such a weird bug. Because it works here. Did I use too many noise textures? Did I break cycles? Oh no. I might have actually broken cycles. Is it not working? Yeah, it is not working. I think I used too many noise textures. Let's see how many have I used. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 4. 4, 4, 16. 16 is not bad, right? Yeah. Because it works here. It works here as well. Like everything is perfectly connected. Let's do 0. Okay, interesting. We broke cycles. Okay, so this is very interesting. I never had this issue before, so I think this is our limit, unfortunately. I'm kind of proud that I pushed cycles to its limits, but that's all right. Because you can see like the displacement wise, it is working perfectly. I just think we need to add a little bit more. Yeah, that is one little thing, and I think it would have been complete. We can give like different shades as well, right? Yeah, we can do that. Let's give this a different value. And this one, let's give a darker value. Height wise, I think I'm going to use the same height here. And I have to make this little desaturated. This one to desaturate it just a tiny bit, so that not everything looks the same. I really want that variation shown. I think we actually broke cycles. Oh god, that's kind of funny. I think once we add like a ground texture, I think we are done. But I can see like why this is looking little bad. let's quickly decrease a little bit of distortion that's happening. So the way I'm going to do it, let's change the seed to, we need the seed as well. So of course we need to change the seed. How do I do that? Rotation is not enough. I think translation should be the way to go. Because if I look at all these stuff, it's almost in the same. Guys, I think I'm still streaming, so I think I'll stop it here. I'll see you guys later. Bye.